let's get started. A little bit later than usual, but hey, sorry. I had some other stuff to do first. Check, because I think the audio of Ableton was louder than it normally was, but I didn't want to adjust it during the intro. So, welcome. I just want to do some sound design today. So I have no clue what we're going to end up with, but I do have a bit of an idea of something I want to start with. So, we'll see. Welcome everyone. Hope your Friday is good. Let's see. What should we start with? What should we start with? And let's do that. What key are we gonna do? Should we do a weird key? Should we do a weird key? Like, I don't know, like C or something? Or B or C sharp? Something like I'm thinking of making something today with a bit more of a rhythmic bass, maybe like a bit more of an 808 kind of thing. Something that just repeats, I don't know, maybe a 2-bar section or a 1-bar section. And then if we make it rhythmic and more like an 808, we could also probably get away with making it a bit lower than usual. And then we'll see what we end up with. Nice lead, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll add something after that, but we'll probably need some drums first and some something of a start to a little bit of a bass thing. Maybe. We try C. I already did C sharp, the previous one that we worked on last week, which by the way I didn't want to work on today because that one just needs to it needs to how do you call it? Stutter a little bit. It needs to cook. I need to just come back to that one in like a couple of weeks or something, and then have a fresh set of ears for that one. So, yeah, I guess that's gonna be the best thing for that one. Let's see. Let's just do a little bring you up a bit. Probably adjust that again, but I want to see if we can make a weird thing. Do that. That. No. Maybe I'll make it out of a percussion sound. That could also work. That could also be fun. Rittelen. Yeah. E to D serum has to drop. What the hell are you talking about? No clue what you're talking about. Let's see what we are gonna. Sure, we'll start with. We do C. Let's think. Let's load up some. Let's see. Let's see what we like the sound of for today. Probably gonna be a better thing to do. Let's do a contact real quick, and I'll just load maybe one of these. I'll just load some horns real quick. Ooh. What if we do... Or we can do... Also work. Then it wants to be F, because that's kind of F, in a way. That's just C phrygian, which would be related to F minor. Which kind of works. Instead of C minor. Sure. Let's just try C. Why not? Gonna be fucking low, but we can try it. You get that as well, then. it again. Oh. Kind of cool. That was actually kind of cool. We capture that? Just to be sure. Gonna be completely out of time, but what was it? That last part, somewhere here. But that scale is definitely nice. So that's kind of like C sharp or C Phrygian. Weird, the drum bass. We can try. Probably make some drums then, and see where we end up. I like the sound of this. Yeah, cool. Let's just open up an addictive drums real quick. We can just do that. So we have a bit of a kit already. Let me check, what was the that I thought? I think that. For the kicks, and then let's just use that for now. That. Maybe. Let's see, let's just... I'm thinking about some weird rhythm, seeing if we can do some... Let's put some heads in first. also distort this. Let's do some saturation real quick on it so that we hear it how it is a bit louder. There we go. So we can hear the distort a little bit. And we might even go in and choose a different kit, but also put it there. Maybe. Sure, we'll just leave it like that for now. But I want to go in here and do here. Just see if we can find a bit of a starting point that I like. Obviously these are way too stereo, but we can decrease that. What the fuck is that? Bit unusable. Maybe one of the funk kits, those are usually quite nice. Kinda close. It needs a bit more distortion, but the kick maybe also needs to be different, but I kinda like the sound of the head and the... yeah. Let's add some extra... I'll just search for top or something, then I'll probably get a bunch of drum and bass stuff. That's not drum and bass, but okay. Didn't even know I had those kind of loops. Let's just go in here then. So we have a bit more tempo going here. Let's see. We go for something pattern more like that. Sure, that'll do as a starting point, I guess. What kit this is? Naturally Funky from the Funk kit. So we can kind of look real quick. I'm looking at the, yeah, you can see that, but if I do this right here, I can kind of look what this roughly is now. It's kind of close to C. That kick seems to be D or something. Sometimes you can actually turn it into almost like a digital kick, but maybe just a little bit. Now we can go, and in here it's currently triggering the loudest samples, so we can also back this down a bit and find like all kinds of other samples. So I can just make the kick. Let's make that one loud, and let's bring these up as well. So now the samples are different, so they're gonna be slightly off, but I like that because when we bring them quieter, it also makes the samples quieter, obviously. But we can use this selector here to kind of select which sample we get. So we can just turn that on so that every sample is always the same, first of all. Then you might not want that sound, right? That really clicky sound, but you might want it a bit more like there, maybe. Let's center the head as well. And then with the snare, same thing. We can go in here. Maybe you like that sound. And I'll probably back this down again. We have a bit more headroom, because now the samples are louder as well. Okay, let's go back to the head as well. Now, we are not that wide on this one, to be honest. So let's see how it sounds in mono. Quite different. So what would be a good thing if you're making I muted my mic, yeah. If you're making drum bass, what's usually quite a good thing to do is just go in here and on like the kick and snare, for instance, decrease these ones. So especially on the kick, most of the time I'll even go to like 0 because, you know, we don't really need much width on the kick most of the time. And that way you can already hear a lot more how it sounds in mono. And that way it will sound better when we sum it to mono as well, because this kick is mono, but even if you just have a little bit of width in here, then it will still sound better than when you have the width at 100% when it's summed to mono. It just decreases the width a little, and we can do the same thing here. We can really decide how wide that rim shot is. We can leave the head wide, for instance. By the way, there's no... well, not a lot happening here, but what is happening here? I think they're heavily compressing the room. Yeah, they're quite a bit of compression there. You can also hear that. I don't even need the room, honestly. Why are the heads so short and quiet? Oh, maybe because this is down. Ah, okay. So now we should be able to hear all the heads a bit better compared to before. Let's just add a bunch of 8-note heads in for now. And on the heads, I usually leave this button off because it is quite nice to have like a bit of variation on the different head samples, even if the velocity is exactly the same. So I usually leave that off, otherwise it becomes really static. But for like the kick and snare, most of the time you don't want it, especially if you want to layer it with like a synthesized part, then it's really handy if you turn it on, because otherwise sometimes the thing you synthesize and layer it with might be in phase, and then other times it's out of phase, and then you get all these weird things happening. So just to make it easier for yourself. And we can go in here. Like, the kick is alright actually. Maybe might be able to make it work. Yeah, see, so it sounds almost identical in mono now, even though it's still wide. And that's because the heads are pretty wide, but that's fine. Now I do think we might want to Let's see what this looks like. Because I'm getting pretty good at just looking at waveforms most of the time. Especially when it comes to drums. Analyze so many tracks, but yeah, I would maybe probably want to have a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a synthesized part at the start here that just goes up a little bit higher. But definitely keep the tail of this one. Just add like a little transient part or something. And that replaces the transient of this one. And we'll probably do that before everything. Before the saturation. Oh. Is that bossa nova? It kinda is a rhythm like that, I think. But it's kind of also drum bass rhythm. I'm not even sure what tempo we're gonna do. 176? Oh, that's a better add. Maybe a little bit louder. Kind of nice with like a bit of a more open head on the kick. Ooh, that was actually kind of cool. What happened there? I moved the velocity and it added another note somewhere around here, I think. Yeah. That's actually kind of cool. And let's do a little thing here. We'll see. We have a starting point. Maybe that one is a little loud, this one. I mean, sure. Oh, what is the pitch of that snare actually? That shouldn't really matter because it sounds good. A sharp, A, something like that. Yeah, it seems about A, which is fine with me for now. We'll probably adjust it as we go on. Okay, that one is kind of not needed anymore at this point, but keep it in here. Maybe we'll need it later. So what I'm thinking is probably is going to be nice is just having a bass sound that hits on the kicks as well. So we're going to have to make something that kind of sounds nice with that kick, or make a kick that sounds dirty, but maybe less dirty than this one, and have the bass part do the dirty thing, if you get what I mean. But I think a pattern where the bass just follows the kick, I think would be nice. And maybe the kick is going to do a slightly different pattern at some point. Like maybe one is gonna go there, for instance, or something. So you get something like that. That could also be cool. Obviously that one is different now, but that could actually be cool. Yeah, that could maybe be cool. We can consolidate that into one clip. But I wish Ableton had added a way to remove these, or have they done this? Somebody, if they've done that, tell me, please. Has Ableton with Live 12 added a way to quickly remove all notes that are disabled? Because this is such a tiresome process, having to do that. If you just want to get rid of all of those ones. Like, this one is not even that bad, but I had the track with the choir one, the break in there. There's like so many MIDI notes in one of those MIDI clips. There's like probably like 300 MIDI notes or something in one clip. And there's like a ton of them are disabled, and I wanted to remove all of them. I was like, damn, how? I think I just gave up and didn't remove them, but I don't think they added that. So many people were asking for something like that, which seems like a pretty easy thing to add. I don't think they've added something in here. Well, they've done the recombine thing, but I don't think that is what I want. I mean, you can definitely make it, because there's like these Max for Live MIDI transformation things in the MIDI editor. Like, if we go here, like under this MIDI editing window here, where you can select all the MIDI things like the strum and that kind of thing, there's also this Max MIDI transformation thing. And if you open it up, you can basically build a Max for Live thing that transforms the MIDI. So you can kind of make anything. And I believe you can also, I hope at least you can put presets in here. Well, there's one, so you would assume that you can put more in here if people can make them. Like, that would be cool if people could like make more MIDI editing tools in Max for Live and just, you know, put them up for other people to use and download, so you can add them into Ableton. That would be sick. I hope you can do that, because then there's a whole lot more things that are going to be possible. I don't know exactly what, because I don't know how to make stuff in Max for Live, but other people do. There's some very smart people that make really sick stuff with Max for Live, so I'm pretty curious what is possible with that now. There's also this connect thing, but I don't... I've been looking for it, but I don't see anything. This is more like generative stuff, so that's also... Oh, you've also got the Max MIDI generator here, so I guess you can add MIDI generators as well. Max for Live MIDI generators in here. That's cool. But there's no way to kind of quickly remove all the notes that are turned off, at least from what I've seen. Is it possible to code on Max for Live link to Ableton straight up? I don't know, but I assume you can, yeah. I mean, like, there's basically just... Let's duplicate this clip. Max MIDI transformation. Build your transformation here. Okay, how? Edit. Yeah, see, there's an edit button here, and that just opens Max for Live. Probably. Yeah. Come on. Behind. Mini this. So that just opens up Max for Live. Fuck off. I'm not gonna use Max for Live. Don't save. There we go. So it just opens Max for Live. Yeah, so I guess you can. I mean, it's gonna be still running in Max for Live, of course, but did that not mess up the audio of the stream, by the way, or something? I don't think it did. Looks fine. Okay, let's move the drums aside for now. Let's see if we can make. Let's take that bass thing away here because it wasn't really that interesting. Fine here. Okay, that's cool. So what if we just have like a sound that basically just triggers C0? That's gonna be really low, but hey, let's try it out. And let's have it follow the kick, so that the pattern kind of repeats every these, so we can consolidate that. So it kind of is this pattern. And turn loop on. You guys want to be on the other side again? To the entire MIDI window. Maybe better. I mean, we can use an operator. Why not? It's maybe a bit more simple. Let's just group that. Map a couple of things. Let's do the attack, do the decay, do that one, not that one, that one. Maybe bring these up to 24. We can have a bit more range. And let's go and maybe add some maybe smart to do that. So it could also be cool if we turn these off. And let's just turn on another one. And in here, come on, we're going to add these. Turn this one off. Okay, not that. We want to have that. Okay, there we go. And then we can go back in here. We can link that to the other attack time. But then this one, let's just give it its own decay. So we have separate control over the upper harmonics. Make it shorter, longer. Might be cool. Now, what if we add... Let's add some distortion first. Let's do a bit of overdrive maybe. Or let's use roar, why not? Maybe even better. Oh yeah, let's map this one as well. So we have... Hey, why do you sound so weird? That do? Okay. It just makes it really loud. What if we add another layer to it? Let's copy this operator and let's turn you off. Let's go in here and let's add this one, that one, that one as well. Then remove this one. Okay, that's gonna sound really weird, but make that nice and quiet. And then maybe this one can have its own decay time as well. These decays are completely jumbled up, but whatever. So what if we make that one wide? Like just flip the face of one section of one side. Theoretically, if we sum this to mono afterwards, it should still sound good. I mean, it kind of works. Now you're basically getting these harmonics in the sides. And this whole thing is in the mids. See what happens if we add a bit more. Do an overdrive. Weird stereo bass. But let's try again. Always check. But like that still sounds good in mono. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And it would... That's how it would sound like in mono. Without that, kind of adds a little cool layer. And then we can use the volume here to kind of blend in how much of that layer we get. And I guess we're gonna process it further from here. Now, I do want to check what we get with the kick, of course, because we have a kick here that is already quite dirty. And also is a bit too clicky, I think. Roar is so cool, better than the new trash I still created. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I totally agree. I mean, I haven't tried trash, to be honest, the new trash, but I've just seen a lot of the videos on it, and I was so underwhelmed. I was like, what the hell did they do? Why did they remove half of the features and we're just like, oh, let's just dumb it down and call it a day? Like, there's not even features that I would expect a new version of Trash to have. Like, stuff like having the ability to split between mid and side. You know, do like different distortion on the mids and on the sides, for instance. Oh, interesting idea. Because we have a bass that has a different sound in the mids and the sides, if we want to make sure it's completely mono compatible, right now we're doing distortion on the entire sound. But I believe we can split this between mid-side. Yes, and then we get a separate distortion for the sides. So then the mids and the sides are even distorted separately. So then, even if you sum that to mono afterwards, everything that's in the side is just going to disappear. So as long as you make sure that the mono signal is interesting enough, and then that the sides just add something to it that makes it even more interesting, I guess. But without it, it's still good enough, right? You can do some really cool shit. No such thing in Trash 3, or Trash, I guess. Which is a bit of a weird thing, because more and more distortion plugins are adding mid-side splitting, and they chose not to, for some reason. When you make kicks, I mean, there's a ton of ways to make kicks, but the easiest way to get like a good click, if we have, like, I can show this in like literally a couple of minutes. It doesn't take, or maybe even 2 minutes or something. It doesn't take much work. We can just grab just a sine wave, boom, 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 whoop. Make it that. Something like this is probably good. Something like that, maybe. Doesn't really matter. We can also make it like this. Something like that. Play around with that, whatever. It's more important. Pitch. We'll just do something like that. Make it pretty quick. For drum and bass, at least. If you have a different genre, then it might be slower. And the length of the kick here, the speeds might be slightly slower, depending on what genre you're making and the tempo of that genre. But oh, let's just let me just copy the kick pattern real quick here. What was it again? That. Look at it real quick. Oh, I made the clip so long that and then it was that, but then this one was moved there. Cool. There we go. Now, pitch is obviously a bit weird now, so let's move it down. Very simple kick, right? Not really any punch. Just like you can raise that higher up, but it's not really gonna sound punchy. So most of the time you just want to have something more like this. And then you want to take another LFO, probably make it quite fast, so quite short like that. Set it to envelope mode as well. Make it really fast, so something like this maybe. And then you can play around with the curve of this here as well. So maybe I like to do something like this, that usually works pretty well. And then just put that on not the same pitch most of the time, because this one has a limited range, and at some point it just doesn't go higher. I think the range is like 4 octaves up and down or something. So we're starting from the middle point. We only have 4 octaves going up. So at some point it's just gonna not want to go higher up. But if we use this one on the global master tuning, we have an additional, like, I don't know, 4 octaves of range up and down, I believe. So now we can just use that. And at first it's gonna sound a bit weird, but might even want to be a bit quicker. And then this one maybe that, maybe you want this one a bit higher. It's all about playing around now with those values. And then I guess what also helps is just adding a little bit of noise on the transient, like just a bit. That is really quick. That, and depending on how clicky you want it and punchy you want it. And usually if you, I don't know, do like a really gentle low pass filter. And let's add a soft clip here. Kind of run it into there to get some extra harmonics. And then I guess the pitch now all depends on that and the speeds. You can make slower kicks, get more of that kind of sound. And I'm at C, right? So the pitch is really weird. If we're gonna be at like E or F, then it already is gonna sound a lot more like what you would expect normally with drum and bass. See, but I'm actually making it as punchy as I can right now inside Serum, trying to. But you would probably dial it back a bit, depending on how it sounds in your track. But what's the general rule for pitch and kicks? Do what sounds good. But most of the time when I do that by ear, then I do end up on pitches that kind of make sense with the scale of the track. Sometimes it's different, but most of the time I will end up either on the root note of the scale or on the fifth most of the time when it comes to tuning kicks. But it's difficult to do because kicks are just such a weird sound to tune. It's really difficult to hear most of the time, so most of the time the best thing to do is just do it by ear. Unless you can really clearly see, like sometimes with kick drums, not sure if this one is a little bit, like if we go here real quick, you can kind of see here where it ends, right? If we make it a little bit longer on here, you can kind of see it better. If it has a tail like that, then usually on a spectrum analyzer you will be able to pretty easily see what the pitch is. If it's a little bit hard because the peak gets really wide, just pitch the kick up an octave, and then it will still be the same pitch. It'll just be an octave higher, and then it will still be, the peak will get a bit narrower. Well, that's just because of how these are displayed, right? But then it will be a little bit easier to figure it out. But if it doesn't have that long of a tail, then just do it by ear. And what is too low? That's also difficult to say. Kind of depends. Depends on the context of the track. Like if the kick is in C, for instance, like what I'm gonna have to do, I guess, in this one, if we want to do C minor or C Phrygian, then we will have to make sure that that kick has enough, so like upper harmonics, for it to be audible enough on like smaller systems, basically. And even on a big system, C is quite low. Definitely doable, but you will get some roll off in the bass, for sure, if you're making a track in C. But that's just something that you'll have to accept, I guess. So then it also makes sense to go for maybe a drop that is a bit more rhythmic, where there's maybe, you know, like if you're in C, for instance, and your sub is hitting like a really low C, then if there's like another layer on that sound hitting an octave up on C, then that will give plenty of low mids, and I mean a C1 is kind of still considered bass, so it's all about getting the right harmonics in there, and it will still work on bigger systems as well. So it really depends. But yeah, if you want to get a better explanation of that kick stuff, then go to my YouTube channel, because there's literally a video of like an hour long, I believe it is, about synthesizing kicks. I mean, phase correlation only matters when there's a kick, when you have a kick that has multiple layers. I mean, it does still matter when there's like when you have only a single layer, of course, but then it matters the relationship between the kick and the bass line. But if you're talking about like multiple layers of a kick, if you have that, then yeah, it would definitely matter. It can also be really beneficial to sometimes if you're working on a drum sound, not even just kicks, but also snares or other sounds. And if that sound is made up out of more layers than one, to put a utility on all of the layers and just flip the phase of some of them. So just invert the phase. Because a lot of times you'll get like, well, it'll either start sounding punchier or it'll start sounding less punchy than what you already had. And that's just because it is either in phase or out of phase. And that's something that's really good if you're making drums. Flip phases of like layers, because that will really help a lot. Especially if you have like two layers that both have like some low frequencies in it, then it's really easy to get those low frequencies to cancel out. But then if you flip the phase of that one layer, they might just magically align and sound really nice. And you don't even have to EQ or like high pass one of them. Do you put reverb on kicks? Sometimes I do. If I want to make a really dirty kick sound, then I'll probably add some mono reverb on a kick drum. Like that's how I would most of the time create like a more dirty hill to a kick. Like for instance, if we take this one as an example now, we have that kick here. If we grab a hybrid reverb that is an Ableton device, we can just grab this one. We get that sound. Let's just bring the dry wet up all the way. Let's group that. And we're just gonna do another chain here. And then in here, let's turn that off, so it's like that. Then maybe we'll turn this one on and just make it really gentle. Now that obviously is not usable. Way too wide, way too muddy, not usable at all. But we have this stereo width here, we can bring that down. We can switch this to maybe convolution, so that we only have the convolution impulse here. Then we can just pick something from here, I don't know, maybe a plate. And then we can make this to 100%. So we get a bit more low frequencies in that reverb, maybe even bigger, 250. Now it's obviously getting way too long, but by increasing the size we kind of introduce more low end in the reverb signal, which is really rumbly and shit. And then you just decrease the decay here. And then blend it in a little bit quieter. And now this is a part where phase relationship is gonna matter. Look, if I record this now, see how we have this weird thing here? That's a part we could probably fix with some flipping the phase of like the main kick or like the reverb signal. Like if we take the reverb signal here and invert the phase, wait, there's a phase invert, there we go. Invert the phase. So you just turn those two on and then the phase inverted. So now the reverb signal is phase inverted. Let's record that again. And it's actually just in the reverb part. I think the kick is already done here, so that's just the reverb part. But you can definitely change how it sometimes aligns. This one, it's not that big of a change. But yeah, I would definitely use reverb on kicks if you want a bit more of a dirty sound. Works pretty well, actually. I mean, and again, yeah, it completely depends. Do you layer something on top of it? Yeah, again, that would depend if it needs it. Which would depend on the context, right? Anyways, let's go back to what we were doing. Get this weird sound that we were working on. So, oh yeah, I switched this on, which means that we now have a separate distortion here. Oh, that can be interesting. So, yeah, it just disappears in mono. So that entire extra layer, this one, just disappears. So in mono, we're just gonna get this back. Because it's distorted separately from the mono layer as well. Can be interesting. Have they should have. Oh yeah, I haven't gone through any of these presets. Okay. Outsides. Yeah, this kick is also really clicky, by the way. So we'll probably split the whole thing up at some point. The addictive drums thing. So how does this one sound in mono? Yeah, now we start to lose quite a bit in mono because we've pushed the sides quite a bit. So that's probably a bit too much. It sounds cool, it sounds nice, but it's gonna sound too different in mono. Do you ever put stereo reverb that low? Most of the time not. Then at all, most of the time get a high pass. thinking of what kind of thing we can do in the intro that would work with this. And by the way, I need a drink. And we need to check real quick if the if when we play the kick and the bass thing together. Let me turn that stupid thing off. The count in. Oh, wrong track. One. So we can see what happens here. So, bass is almost non-existent. What? How does that look by itself? Oh. Ah. It has like, well, it has sub, but sub is a bit messed up. Now, because this sound is just static, it's not changing in pitch, we can get away with just boosting the sub like this. And what happens? Down. And let's just add, just to make sure it's not going to go over certain level compressor. Now I can start seeing here in the top that it's starting to sound or look better. Sidechain, yeah, we're definitely gonna need sidechain because we're clipping on the master, but that's fine. I'm just pushing this a bit closer to the level of the drums now. So like, look at how it looked right here, and then now if we, or if I bring this back, look at how that looked. And then now without sidechain, of course, we get a bit more like bass or sub. Looks a bit better. Now let's do a group on here. Or no, that's the kick that I made. Fuck that kick. Get rid of it. Let's group this. It's gonna be sidechain. And let's grab sidechain. Grab this one. And that is going to be hooked up to the trigger kick. Three effects. I still don't know if that actually matters, but I'd like to make sure. Cool. So I think I'm going to split up the drums so that I have more control over them, because right now everything is in one patch, right? So if I want to put like some extra processing on just the kick, for instance, there's no way to do that. I mean, yes, there is a way, sending them to separate outputs, but that's annoying because then you get the dry output only. You don't get the signal from the overhead and the room included, but that actually makes the sound of the kick. Like, I can show you. This is the sound of the kick, right? This. Not that. That is what you would get if you send this to a separate output. And yes, you can send these to a separate output as well, but then the snare is going to be included in those two, and the hi-hat is going to be included in those two. So if you want to process the entire kick separately, there's not really a quick way to do it. So what I usually do is just duplicate that 2 times. So we have snare and hats. One, there we go. And then we just group this whole thing. Or, well, we already have a group, so that's not really needed. We'll just leave it like that, and then I'll just add one more MIDI track. There we go, because I do like to have all the MIDI in one place. We'll do that, And then on here, all we need to do is just make some MIDI racks, which I did last week as well. So we'll just do a MIDI rack here, create a chain, create one more chain, and one more chain there. That's the trigger for the kick. That is the trigger for the snare. And that is the trigger for the hats. And then we go into the key selection thing here. And we just set this to C1 for the kick. And then snare is C#1 up to, I believe, A1. And then we have the hats from C2 up to, what is it, B2, I believe. So that is going to be those ranges. And then on here, we can just select those ranges as inputs. So let me also rename this track so it's easier. Drum triggers. And then here we should get drum triggers. And then we can just say trigger for the kick. And then set it to in. And now we have the entire kit there. Do the same thing here. Drum triggers. Trigger for the snare. Oh yeah, set to input. Same thing here. Drum triggers. Hat triggers. Input. And now you just got 3 separate addictive drums. So what we can do is we can grab this processing here, which we had, put that on the entire group here. And then remove that from these two. Just to save some CPU. And you basically have the same thing again, but split up. So we can now, if that sounds a bit too clicky, we can just EQ that whole thing now, which is nice. So we can just say like, oh, maybe that needs to be a bit more darker. Maybe we want to bring that down a bit. Or maybe that wants to go down. Right? So that is something that would not be possible otherwise. The one thing is though, you have all these different things in here. So what is maybe smart to do is just to make sure you're not gonna get like you're not accidentally gonna have like snares coming out of your kick drum track. Is just go in here and just go into this list and just select the, where is it? The empty one. Oh, that one is not listed. Then just go to the first one and then just do another up and then it's basically gone. I'm not sure if there's a way to quickly remove the entire thing. Maybe on the kit page. Not sure if there's a way. But like if you just do that, those are gone. So they're not gonna come out of this track now. And then you can kind of do the same for these. Not really needed, but I had it a couple of times and it broke my head. I was just trying to look for what was causing it and I was like, can't find it. And then I think it was like 2 hours later when I finally figured it out. And I was like, okay, let's just clean that up a bit. You can turn it all off if you want, but it's not really needed. It doesn't really matter. It's not really doing anything. Maybe it used a bit of CPU. I'm not sure. This is turned on. Don't think it does. Just looking at the CPU meter, there's no change whatsoever. So that doesn't really matter. And then here we have the so let's just do this last one as well. Oh, up. Up. Cool. But yeah, now we have a lot more control over these layers. And if we want to add like another layer to here, for instance, we can do that really easily. We can just group this and we can just add a layer. So if the kick needs a layer, for instance, maybe it needs like a little different transient thing. I'm not sure how it looks now. Let's see. I mean, it actually looks a little bit better, but might still try it. Like we can just go and add a serum in there. And this is playing C already, but let's go down. I think it's already playing See, this is confusing me, so that's why I have that Max for Live device that is called Max for Live Force Note. Just chuck that in there and it's a C3, so I know where we are. So that's the pitch that the sub of the kick has. Really hard to hear, but a bit longer, yeah. See, so it's actually the right pitch, the kick. I can see it up there. I can see it up here that the kick is the right pitch. Because these two layer how they should. So for this one, we probably don't need that much. We don't need a full-on kick. We probably just need a short extra thing. And then let's just do that and do something like this. Pretty quick maybe. Put that on here. Now we can start playing around, and this is where phase relationship is really gonna matter now. So probably is good to do like something like this. Yeah, we can. So you can kind of see it, but I'm not sure if this kick needs it though. Like, it sounds kind of alright. Maybe maybe it wants like an octave higher than the actual sub of the kick. And as we move this around, which is the pitch, it's gonna align with the phase of the other one and not align as I change it. So you can find like a position where it sounds good, and then you can also mess with the phase here. So you get like all kind of different sort of like sounds in the transient. Now it starts to kind of look a little bit different already. Here we get that faster thing here at the start, which is what you will see with most drum and bass kicks most of the time. And then this is also gonna matter a lot now. See, it just completely changes the sound and the look of the kick as well. But that's only if this one really needs it, you know? It's the question. But now it has a bit of a digital kind of transient. It's completely different sound. And I'm not doing any sidechain between the two. I'm just relying on how they align by themselves. I mean, could work. You can also maybe decrease this one just so it adds a little bit to that other kick. But at that point, I guess we can probably achieve a very similar result if we used transient shaper on just on this kick one, on this kick. Like if we would use like a transient shaper on that, we would probably get a pretty similar result. But it can still work pretty well. And we can try out sidechaining the two. Like if I just grab this one and set this to bigger kick, and we'll make that one Why it's not doing anything? Probably because this trigger is not hooked up. Yeah, that's why. It needs to go to the drum triggers now. Drum trigger, trigger kick, and then we can also hook this one up, even though we're not using it. There we go. So you can add your own kick, but I think this kick already sounds pretty decent, so without the layer. So I do kind of want to try to see what happens if we just grab that one without this. And let's maybe... Oh, I have the wrong one. That one. One is acting up a little bit and the other one is kind of alright. I want... maybe I'll try this one. This one also has like it splits the frequencies in bands, so it obviously is gonna change the sound and the phase of the whole thing again. But we can see on 6 decibel slope it doesn't do that as much though. But let's see what we get if we do. That allows us to kind of add a bit of a transient as well. But I'm really liking that. So we'll just go back to what we had. Just this. So the two don't layer that well. That's for sure. But I think I'm gonna work on the drums first. And maybe we do want to have an extra layer. Ooh. Kinda cool. Does that look like? Okay. What if we... What if we add some... If could also maybe be cool. See what Spiff does on this. Spiff makes anything punchy. Like, need more of that? Okay, gotcha. Need more of that? Sometimes cutting cannot. But I mean, the kick already sounds pretty beefy at this point. It's just that we are gonna have to work on making a bass sound that it gels with. That's the most important thing. Okay, let's bring our bass thing in. We're probably gonna have to change this one because it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Let's see, because we changed the kick a little, so it kind of aligns better again. It still relies a bit too much on the stereo layer for my liking, though. This down a bit. I do like the little bit of width, but because there's a lot of this in the kick, so might want to decrease this a bit in the bass. Still don't like the... Let's turn the heads off as well, so we can just hear the kick and the bass thing. Because these two, we want to gel well together. Let's go and grab ourselves a really narrow... the noises. What if we process the kick and this one together? Would that work? I guess it could, but sidechaining this to the kick, so let's not do that. That's probably gonna make things way too complicated. Let's try... I think this is actually a case where it might make quite a bit of a difference. That is with the phase inverted. That's with the phase inverted of the bass thing. And this is with the regular phase. See how it's a lot more out of phase? It might actually sound nicer out of phase though in this case. That's the odd one. Sounds dirtier out of phase. But maybe in phase is then better. Let's go. Go way to that here. There we go. Now we have that one as well, so it's also gonna mess with how it looks a lot and how it sounds. Offsetting the sub oscillator from the bass thing. See? It starts looking completely different again. This one, does that matter? That one should matter less because that's just a side lay. So that one should not matter as much. The only thing that really matters a lot more now is the kick again. And I guess the phase of that entire thing. So I think now it's better again when this is turned off. See? Anyway, we need some kind of an intro to get started with this properly because we do have something. This one is maybe a bit loud, but yeah, I'm using the DT880s. Okay. What kind of thing are we gonna do? How long did it take you for you to adjust to them? I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks or something. Something like that. Okay, I have an idea. We have this bass thing. It has a pretty distinctive pattern though. Regardless of if we're gonna use this bass sound or not, the pattern is quite distinctive. So what if we have that pattern already in the intro? Just start with that thing right away. But maybe a different sound. just like a more basic, simple kind of thing. Let's do maybe even a percussion sound. Or just a really simple serum patch. Where's serum? Right, there we go. Let's grab this. And we want that. Use that for now. Do let's do that. Uh, why is this thing coming in? Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I just want to have something that just makes that rhythm just extending the entire way through here. Just add some noise to it or something. Start with that one. Pretty weird sound, but let's just add some pads here and start adding some things. this. Let's go in here. That's kind of cool. One more layer. Can we do something cool here? Down here. If I add that, if I do this for instance, I can split that to just higher range. You get all these weird things. Let's see. You can also that's kind of neat. Ooh, I like that sound. That a weird sound, but especially like layered on top of that. that one kind of worked. Okay, let's make a little thing with this. Why not? Ooh, what if we do... Okay. Let's grab CC control MIDI device. So we got mod wheel. Oh, that is not doing anything in this one at this point. Oh. I think I'll do these two by themselves, honestly. And we'll just have this one coming from this one, because that is a kind of a nice sound. But if we just mute these, we just have that as like a separate layer. So, it's kind of nice. So we can leave that. And let's just make, so I'll just duplicate this for now. And then mute that, so that, there we go, or delete that. And then on this one, let's just use, just go in here, into the traditional section. So this uses, what is that, the bass trombones? Yeah, bass trombones, which, this one. And the tubas as well, which is that one. Okay, cool. So we can grab that and then just a sustain here. And then if we add the tubas as well, you'd get a very similar sound. Why are you not loading? Okay, there you go. About to say. Maybe because the other one was still loading. Because then we get mod wheel. I kind of need mod wheel for this one. Plus, we also get staccato now, so we might be able to use staccato for that last little thing. Better. Because I have something in mind here that could be cool. That's going to be really quiet. That's also because this one is not playing. It's a 1 as well. Okay. Do that. And curve that. Okay, cool. What happens if we add an octave on here? Now that's gonna sound weird, but I need to find out where the key switches are. Oh, we can, it even has brains down there. Oh yeah. Now I want to see if we can make that last one staccato. So that is that. That's one octave below what I'm playing now. So that. Holy shit. Let's go and bring this up. Why are we not getting any high frequencies from this thing? Like, those horns should be able to give us some high frequencies now. Oh. They're turned off. Ah, see, there we go. That's more like what we need. And that staccato thing is way too loud, but bear with me. That's like this. Okay, not that. No, do that. He's wider. Not really doing what I want. Okay, I'm going to grab a different one because this one is not really doing what I want. This one is cool though, so we'll use this one. Also, chat, you're quiet today. Why is that? I might need to piss though. That could be a cool pattern that we can base the intro on. How long is this? 43 seconds. Where the drop is going to be, it's probably going to be here. Yeah, I need to piss. I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah, I don't have much to play, but I guess we'll just loop this for now, because I'll just do that. So that loops twice, and then I don't know. Maybe I'll just do that real quick, and then I'll just add that one real quick for you guys. That is 16 bars. Okay, cool. We get this now. I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll do some more sound design. See if we can come up with something. Kind of want to have a bit of a, as long as we have a bit of a build kind of thing, and then going into whatever this wants to be, then that's what we want. So I'll be back just a little bit. One moment. Oh, wrong view. That one. moment, everyone. I'm just working on my speakers real quick, seeing if I can get it to be better. So many cool, like, weird drum patterns that we could do. Like, I'm thinking of a pattern that, what is a good track to compare it to? Where it's mostly just the bass and the kick doing most of the work, you know? And maybe even just no snares here. Obviously we have these hats as well, but let's go back to what we had. It was actually better. That. What was it again? That. Yeah. That's just the best one for now. Oh, is that feeding into the mic, by the way? Might be. A little bit. Yeah, it kind of wants that thing. I would do something with that. I'm gonna see if we can make a bit of an intro, because we're not gonna get anywhere if I keep going with just this. What I'm kind of envisioning is an intro that is kind of building. Well, probably it's gonna be have a chord progression, not like a really crazy one, but gonna have some slight chord progression, probably based around that C and C sharp. Honestly, just this in for now with some stains. Yeah, there's two. Probably quiet. Not that. What is gonna have to do? Might be easier if we figure out the last section first. That transitions into whatever the drop is gonna do. Or just start with an intro and see up. Start with some kind of a impact sound or something here. Samples. Now we're gonna get a whole lot of stuff. Let's do impact deep. Kind of something like that, but not that one, but like something that sounds a bit dirty or something. Now we can use that and just remove this text here, and it should give us all kinds of similar ones. Why is there a loop in there? I guess because it has some similar sounds. Cycles are nice, but maybe a bit too big. But we could try. One sounds kind of cool. Now that clearly has a pitch, right? It's actually really close. It might actually be a C or a B. So I guess what would be good, just long note. I think that actually sounds alright. I think this is the right. Should I do the same pattern? The other one? Yeah, it is the right pitch now. Okay. If we can make this one. Quite a lot. See what we get if we take all this out. But only in the sides. Not in the mids, on the side. Might just let's see. Kind of a cool pattern. Now, we're just using this sound here, but really done anything other than what are the must-haves for a template? The must-haves are what makes your workflow quicker. The must-haves are what you use the most. That's what you should add to your template. If you set up sidechain every single project that you start, make sure that the sidechain is already set up, or that it's really easy to hook up when you need it, so that you don't have to create like a sidechain trigger track and all that stuff. No, just have it already there, you know? Like in my case, I just need to hook them up. Like as soon as I create a track for my kick drum, I just go in here and I just link this one to the kick channel so that it will get an input. And stuff like that, you know? But most of the time my template is really basic. It's actually, well, there's not too much in it actually. I like it when it's a bit more empty most of the time. The only thing is that there's a bunch of stuff on my master. Most of that is not really doing anything to the sound, but it's just things that, you know, you can use to kind of check things like that. And like a frequency analyzer and stuff like that, you know. Those are things I usually have in my template, but other than that, not that much, really. So maybe I'm not the best one to ask that question to. Because there won't be any buses when I open a project. We're gonna do some, I want some, probably gonna have to do those separate layers, to be honest. Just leave that by itself. Then we can also do... Yeah, I have an idea. For an intro, let's do that. Oh yeah, MIDI effects, CC control. This one we have the mod wheel, so let's do that. And we want something that's probably just start like that and then go down. See what we get if we do that. Quiet though. quite in general. There. Might also add like a little gap between. Make this a bit louder. Yeah, see, there's that little thing at the start which we don't want. We can fix that by just giving this probably. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's just start with this one. Oh, we don't have load in that. Bring it up for now. Maybe I'll do that as a pattern. That last note there. Boom, 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 boom. I can hear something like having like a more orchestral thing first that does something like this, or orchestral. You know, we'll have to make it less orchestral than it is now, but we'll have to just start adding some other synth layers or something, stuff that's not orchestral sounds, but that builds up and then kind of builds up to sort of like a big thing, and then everything cuts out except for like, where is it? This thing, I guess. Something that is similar to what this thing is doing. Okay, that one sounds a bit shit, so not that one probably, but it sounds better when it's played with the kick, which we are hearing. Yeah, it sounds like shit. Something like that coming in after the big thing, so that it sort of like builds up, and then let's see if we can make that a bit. Let's just duplicate again, or just that. Now this sound is obviously not right yet, but okay, let's add, I don't know, maybe that one here. Or maybe we can have that in there already, so that we already have a bit of... Is that the same pattern? would be nice to have some hats coming in here, but I don't fancy creating hats from scratch, or an entire pattern in MIDI. So I'm just gonna go in here, and let's just do no fills. We want beats, and then we want time signature 4/4. Tempo is not important. Let's go into transform here and just solo the hats. And then we can just go in here and we can just sync. Why are we hearing shit? Probably because it doesn't want to do that with... Wait, what? Why are you not just making sound when I do that? Okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I have a better idea. Let me just add another MIDI track with an addictive drums on it, so that we can use that to find a pattern. Because it has all those beats in there, and those are really helpful. So if we just switch to a kit, I can just switch to the same kit that we used, which is the naturally funky. There we go. Then if we go to beats here, do fills 4/4, and then transform solo the hi-hats, then we should be really quiet for some reason. Just crank that up. So we sync the tempo. We can go and just find ourselves a nice hat pattern. That's a bit annoying. These song ones are a bit annoying because they're like a whole song in one clip. But like stuff like that, right? Like if you just need like a nice intro hat pattern, for instance. These can be really nice. So let's say you like that one, for instance. All you have to do is just drag it in here into the track that we were using. And then now it should, if I turn it off, it should play the, because it has only brought in the hi-hat triggers. See? It has only brought in the hi-hat ones, not the kicks and the snares and all the other ones that are included in that loop. Now we just get... Oh. Something is not right. That needs to go there. There we go. So we get it now with the hats that we had in the break. Or that we made. So... we can just find like a cool one that we like. That one is alright, but that's definitely not what we need. That's closer, but not exactly. I'm like looking for one that has a bit of a... That could work. Bit of a pattern with like offbeats. And this one has some offbeats in it, where it has the accent on the offbeat. I'm gonna have to like start going away from this thing. But I'm thinking how. This sound, that bass sound is just not right yet, you know, that one just needs to be bigger. Um, but that'll come together more when I have an intro, I guess. I know kind of what this wants to do. I just want this entire track to follow this rhythm, I guess. And that's gonna be like an 808 kind of bass. This one is just not dirty enough. But and then the kick will layer with all of those bass hits as well. So we get now we sounds weird because we have no sidechain, but still sounds kind of weird. But you get the thing. I'm not sure if this is gonna still be here, but we'll leave it in for now. And we need more of this here, probably, in this entire section. Building up tension. And then maybe not even have a snare in the first part. So it's just gonna go into boom, 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 boom. The head pattern that we have now, we might even copy that into the intro, but I'm not sure if we have a lot of snares in this one, but we'll see. Could also bring those in later then. Right around here maybe, in the, this is 16? Yeah, this would be the first 16 bars of the drop, and then this would be the second 16, so maybe in the second 16 we will bring the snare in for the first time, and kind of have this thing, I don't know, sort of like grow throughout, and just get bigger and bigger or something, or get like at some point cut everything out again and go back to what this is at the start, but with maybe a top layer or something. I don't know, we'll see. I can also go there, that could also be cool. But then we will have to change the kick to follow that, so that this kick hits right there. I actually like that a lot. Try that. Snare can still be in the same spot. I don't like it. Ooh, that's also kind of cool, yeah. Almost tempted to go weird time signature with this one now. Like, I don't know. Let's try out for a moment. Let's go here. Let's grab our bass thing. Okay, that's, you don't need the entire length of it. Come on. That's what she said. Let's do this. What we do then? 7/4. Okay, let's see. 7/4. Okay, let me just that so that we have just this clip now. Ooh. I mean, kind of works. Wait. We might be onto something. Let's see. I don't want to have a snare here. See how that would work. And then is the other thing gonna do then? Just trying out a bunch of random patterns now and seeing what we get. Can do some weird ones. Weird pattern. That's a weird one, but it kind of works. What would that be? $13.8? What the hell? That would be weird. Would have to fix in that pattern. Was already really close. That's weird. Weird pattern. Not sure if I want to go for a weird time signature. I mean, we could. It's maybe not my strongest point, but Or more like I don't really try it a lot. But we can. Is Ableton's project? No. At the moment, not. I'm just looping a section that is like this, just to test it out. Might be cool. Like, if we just have like, we would have to adjust everything, of course, but like having an intro, and with this kind of. Let's turn the heads off so that it sounds less rhythmic. Probably bend this last one as well, so that it does no going down to that C, and then different pattern though, slightly different pattern, but. Something like that. I mean, that's kind of cool. We can try, what is it? This is 7/4, I guess. That would be 13/8. That's weird. There's so many weird time signatures that are unexplored in drum and bass, because you can do so many weird things, and if you go with a bit more of a like if you don't go with like a really dense floor like drum and bass kind of sound, but more of like a jungle-ish kind of sound, you can get away with a lot of weird time signatures in drum and bass. It's just that almost nobody does it, so there's so much left there to explore of like weird kind of rhythms. The key is, I feel like, finding a nice pattern that you can loop over and over. Like something like this, which is a weird pattern actually, because it has we're missing an 8 note now. But if you just keep looping this, and already in the intro sort of like have something hinting at that pattern, right? If you already, for instance, in the intro add this thing, by the way, it suddenly starts hailing outside. Anyways, if you just have like a bit more of a like if that already is in the intro, for instance, something like this. No drums yet, but just this already. Then your brain is already sort of like getting prepared for that weird thing, even though your brain might not really recognize it yet as a weird time signature, right? You might just be like, oh, maybe this is something else. What other thing could I think of? More of like a house kind of pattern, I think. Something close to there, you know? It could also be a house track now, if you count along in like a more house kind of pattern. And then it would be more like a swingy kind of house rhythm. But then as soon as you bring in some drums that are in drum and bass tempo, the listener will go, oh, wait, it's not house. What is it? And then it's like, oh, and then they're gonna think, what the hell is this time signature? But still, if you do it right, then you can do some pretty crazy stuff. Most of the time I do feel like ones that are a variety of 4 works better. Like if you have, for instance, like this, which would be 7/4, a measure of 7 beats, basically, then you can still kind of bob your head to it, because your bobbing of your head will probably just align with the beats, right? And you'll just sit there just bobbing your head to the beats, as if you're bobbing your head to a 4/4 track, for instance, and you're just missing one beat. But that doesn't matter, you're still gonna align every time, right? Whereas if you have something that is like this, which is based on 8 notes, I guess if I would have to give this a name, 13/8, which I'm not sure if that's correct, because 12/8 is like triplets, and I'm not sure if this would then be 13/8 or something else, but like, then you cannot really do that. Well, you can still, but then every measure, every beat, or note, every bar, how you bob your head is gonna either be on the beats or on the offbeats. So it's gonna sort of like alternate between the two, for most people at least, because most people won't be able to count like such a weird, odd thing. Only like people that do music probably would be able to. So therefore, I usually, if I do a weird time signature or try it, I most of the time go for something that is like based on 4, because it just makes it a little bit easier for most people to understand it, I guess. Plus for me as well. Oh, damn it. Fuck. One moment, guys. I actually, I bruised a rib on my work this week. So I just laughed and I just got a fucking sting in my chest. I did something bad on work and I bruised a rib. So I know I can breathe normally and everything, but sometimes when I laugh or something like that, I just get a weird thingy thing. It happened 2 days ago, so it's probably gonna be gone in like a week or something. But that was not nice. Like this, you can kind of still bob your head to it. Just follow along with the beats. And you will always still align with that first beat. Whereas if you have it here, I mean, it still works. I actually kind of like this one more. Okay, let's try some stuff out now. Let's see, which one is the, yeah. Let's do, I'm gonna make sure that one is up a little bit. You get some weird shit. Probably wanna have these longer than one loop of that, but are we gonna go with that time signature? I mean, I'm gonna have to figure out what it is then, because I'm gonna have to put that in here. I'm not even sure if we can do this one. I hope so. Let's see if we can figure it out. What is this? Is this really 13/8? It is. It is 13/8. This pattern. It's a weird one. Oh. Now it feels weird. But kind of sound better with the thing here. So you have a bit of a skip in it that otherwise it just feels like it loops a bunch of times and then there's like an extra beat or something. Because if we have it like here, look at what happens. See, if I now take out the snares and I play that and remove this last kick, we have a triplet house track. See? It's basically just a triplet house track with an extra 16th note. But then, if we shift the kicks around, it doesn't sound like house, and it starts sounding like drum and bass. Kinda. And then we put that one back in, with the extra 16th note added. And we get a weird, so we don't want to put this one here, because then it starts sounding too much like... I mean, it's still cool. It really depends on the context of everything else, though, but... I mean, we can try. 13/8. Okay. 13/8. Cool. Let's be smart real quick. Let's put the 4/4 here. Why does it look different in terms of the grid size? Tempo should be exactly the same there. Yeah. Oh, weird. And let's put one here. Do 12/8 or 13/8. Weird as fuck. Then we can take everything that we have here. And all of this. We just moved it all down here. Yo. Go right there. Yeah, exactly. You can use a hat or some other sound, some kind of sound that introduces the rhythm, the main sort of like rhythm that is underneath the entire track, which in this case would be what the bass is doing and the kick, I guess. Like those, the kick and the bass together. That's kind of creating a little pattern. Right? So it would probably start with introducing some kind of a sound that plays in the intro. And maybe actually this one. Cool. 13/8. I cannot say I've ever made a track in 13/8. Or try to. Let's see, so 13.8. Then we're also gonna have to do some checking real quick because 13.8. Then this is how long? This would be, yeah. Ableton is weird with this. It doesn't tell me the. I don't think it tells me the right length now of everything down here at the bottom, or does it? So that would be 13 beats. Is that correct? Says that is 13 beats. Is that correct? 33 up to 41. That's not correct. See, that's what I mean. Ableton doesn't understand this properly. Here at the bottom it says 13.0.0, which normally would be 13 bars, I guess. But that's not correct. See, we're going from 33 to 41. So Ableton is just like, huh, well, maybe it is because there's also these other time signature things in here. Maybe that's why. I can just remove everything here. Let's just remove this one. And just remove that. Delete. Let's just remove... Oh, I removed everything now. Let's just set it up here. 13. And then we want 8. There we go. So 13.8. Does it understand it now? So this would be... should be 16 bars. Yeah, now it's right. Now it says 16 bars. So now 16 bars is 35 seconds. That's what I wanted to know, because then I can kind of think about like how long should the intro be. Because if the bars are longer, which they are now, then you know, it's gonna be really easy to get a super long intro. Now these are gonna be really weird because if we bring them in here, they're not gonna align with anything. But we can that. I can. Not that, come on. I wanted to do the... Well, fuck it, I'll just write something from scratch because this is really annoying. Let's just do that. That's weird. That's weird pattern because you're so used to 4/4 music, and then when you hear a pattern like that, you're just like, what? It just breaks your fucking brain for a moment. I love that. So that would already, see, this would already be 1 minute and 10 seconds. And that would actually be 32 bars. So normally 32 bars is like what, 45 seconds? Something like that? Drum and bass tempo. So this intro would probably not want to be much longer than 32 bars. But hey, there's 7 beats in a bar, so yeah, then it becomes almost twice as long. It'll be weird. Then it starts sounding more like house tempo again, because then these two are equally spaced out. If this one hits right here, then those are equally spaced out, and you get that same kind of housey kind of feeling again, which is weird. It's so fucking weird. Definitely wants to be there. weird pattern. But I'm not sure if we're gonna have the snare right away. That is bugging me a bit. The head's probably gonna have to be a different pattern too, honestly. Such a weird one, but yeah, I kind of like it. I'm not too sure about this last part though. Like this section sounds good, but this section, maybe something wants to be here. Thinking, what if the snare was there and this one was somewhere else? Or not there? Something like that. Oh, this is not in... This one is not set to 7/4 yet. Let's go back to... Wait, what? It is? Oh? Why is it... No, it's not. The loop is just set to it. Ah. And we're not in 7/4, we're 13/8. That was it. Fucking weird time signature. 13/8. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to make that work, but hey, sounds kinda cool. Ooh. That's a nice edit. Does that work? What the fuck? As soon as I consolidate this again, it's back to 4/4. Ableton really doesn't understand this. Oh, this clip is set to 4/4. Ah. 13. 8. Ableton really just doesn't get it. I like that one. What if we... So I changed the kick pattern. What if we... Not the same, but it's closer to what the other one is. Then let's adjust this one again. See what we get. Was it here? No, here. Where do you want to go? Weird fucking thing. Now I'm getting even more confused. Okay, I'm gonna remove you for now. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm getting confused. That's where normally the beat lies. some pattern on top of it. But that playing that in is gonna be really difficult because the timing is so fucking weird. So let's not do that. Right, okay, and 8 notes though. Weird as fuck, but it works. It sounds so weird. I'm trying to listen if I can hear the beats when I'm just hearing it like that, but it's really difficult to hear the beats. But I think I got it. It's weird. Okay, that changed. Go Malouche. Add in just a kick on the first beat, so people are gonna be like, what? What? What is this tempo? Such a weird probably gonna have less kicks here, but not sure how far we're gonna get with this today because it's already getting late, but okay, let's take you out here, and I'm gonna such a weird pattern, man. But it works. Okay, I don't like that. Ah. Oh, there's another. That one. Yeah. Not sure if this is gonna work. I mean, I like the pattern, but make this work in a tune and not make it sound like really weird. Because what I'm kind of also hearing on this is just that here. I guess is what is it? That? It is like that. See, that's the other tempo that you're kind of hearing. What you can hear. If we make this legato, and then do that so that's quicker. Oh. See? That's the 4/4 rhythm that you would hear if you would see this as 4/4. See, so it's really easy to kind of start leaning into that versus what it actually is, which is what? Beats? Like we have this weird extra 8 note. So we get like a weird, I don't know. If we go something more like that, it suddenly sounds like a different tempo. And it's like, okay. And with this, it entirely starts sounding like a different tempo. You're like, okay, that's not a housey kind of tempo or something. It's definitely more like a faster thing. Whereas, then it's definitely not 4/4, so yeah, it's difficult. We also have the old version here. I still think it might be better to just go regular 4/4. Or something that is at least based on 4. Could be 7/4. Something like that. Which is going to make it a little bit more danceable as well. Or actually would make, well, a lot of a difference. between it being not danceable and being danceable. But we'll see. I'm gonna keep going with this for now. I mean, yeah, I can kind of dance to it as well. Like, I'm kind of bobbing my head to it and it works, so that is a good sign. Even though it's a weird as fuck time signature. I'm also not entirely sure yet about the sound of the snare. The sound of the snare sounds a bit off. Could also just be that it wants a slightly different velocity layer here. Probably won't have another snare. Although that one works. Yeah, definitely. It would need to be like a tune where things just automate over time. And just come in and come out, go out, you know? like we can also end with like something like that, like a long note on the end there. That chord is actually perfect. Chord. I think it's just the, yeah, it's just unison. Just C unison. Just extending that for the last part of the intro, right here before this comes in. Like just have that, just extend here. Like if I just put, I don't know, that here. See. See, that already will go better into that first part then as well. Or even with C sharp as well. But C is kind of nice. We probably wanna have that C sustain here in this section. Maybe even do that sharp to C here. Boom, 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 boom. That rhythm coming in there and then that building up. I think that's what it needs. Anyways, I'm gonna call that quits for tonight because I need to piss again and it's 1 a.m. So, oh, that was also without the webcam, whatever. I did come up with something and I'm probably gonna work on this tomorrow again, see if I like it. I might still try out the 7.4 version though, as well. Should be easy enough to change to 7.4 and see what that would sound like. But I do think it could be interesting. A weird time signature tune. Can't say I've ever made a weird time signature tune, so I mean I tried a couple of times and failed, so it would be cool to try it and actually do one. This, what we have here, is 13/8. This is 13/8. This pattern here. Let's switch to a different one there, but this is 13/8. I mean, you can kind of still bop your head to it. It's just that in this section, which the 8 notes, yeah. In this section, you'll be bobbing to the beats, and then in this section, you'll be bobbing to the off beats. Then here to the beats again, and then here to the off beats, unless you're actually bobbing with a skip in your head bob. But I don't think most people will. But hey, it kind of still works. So, might try it out. But again, I also want to see what we get if I do like a 7.4 version or something, which is a little bit more easier to follow most of the time. 7.4. Actually, really, then we just get this, and we just get an extra 8 note. So we would get that. Would be 7.4, I believe, that length. So then we would get like one extra little thing here. Now that feels weird. Yeah, it can be 4/4 as well, I know, but on a different tempo. Like this could also be... And then it is a triplet thing. But that's even weirder, right? And it all matters. Like, I mean, I guess you could count that 2 times as fast as well. True. Like you could count that 2 times as fast too. But there is definitely... It's definitely not 4/4 though, if we are gonna look at it in a drum and bass kind of sense. Hi-hat gives that measure. Yeah, the hi-hat is in this case just... It's just mostly hitting on the kicks with these. But I'll see what we end up with. Like, if this one is... If we add this extra 8 note, then it really feels like a 4/4 at a slower tempo. In like a swing kind of thing as well. Because if I add, like, if I just... let me just chuck these here and just mute them. And if I add this... is it this... that... then you get the same distance between all of these, right? Yeah. But then it sounds weird here, of course, but... can we go... That also the same spacing? 3, yeah. It could also be 4/4 in that. It's so... You can do such weird things with polymeters. It's so many weird patterns that are possible. Yeah, weird options. I'll see what I'll do. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll check this out tomorrow and see if I like the weird groove. And if I do, I'll continue with it. And if not, I'll try something else. But I'll be in the Discord afterwards as well. So join the Discord if you haven't yet. We'll drop the link in the chat. Yeah, this is straight from Addictive Drums. I think most of it, at least. I might have added a little thing to the kick here. Yeah, I added a little synth layer to the kick. There's a little extra, like a little transient thingy. That's just layers with that. But the rest is all just straight from Addictive Drums, not even any processing outside of it. Only the kick has some stuff happening to it at this point. There's a little bit of saturation on the entire thing. Anyways, weird sound design tonight, but it was cool. It was fun. If you have any more questions, drop them in the Discord. If you want to support me on Patreon. Link will be in the chat as well. I am gonna be dropping the first of 4 packs on Patreon this weekend. Is it 4? I think it's 4 packs. Maybe 5 if I include the new update to the Ableton Rex as well. But I still have to make that one, so I still have to collect the Rex, so I haven't done that yet. But I've basically got 4 sample packs ready now to release for you guys. So I will do that in the upcoming weeks, and one of them will be this weekend. So what Rex are these? Just my own Ableton Rex that I use, that I made. Most of them are ones that are already on my Patreon. But there's a couple of new ones that I made, and I think I updated 2 of them or something like that. I changed something because there was something slightly off or slightly wrong with it that I fixed. But other than that, there's not going to be that much new things. There's like 1 or 2 new racks, I think. You like my racks? I am still gonna be doing this update with like live 11 though, because not everybody has updated to live 12 yet, so I don't want everybody to be like, hey, I can't use your Rex because they're only for live 12, so I'm gonna keep them for live 11 now, and then probably the next one will be for live 12. Anyway, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. I'll play this, even though it's not really a full tune, but whatever. We'll just listen to that while we're ending the stream. Hope you enjoyed it. See you all in the next one. I'll be back next week, Friday, around 8:30 p.m. I'll try to be on time next week. Maybe I'll stream another time this weekend if I feel like it, but don't put your hopes up. But I do have extra time this weekend, so if I do feel like it, then I might. And if I do, I'll let you know on Discord, like usual. Like Ronnie Size said, Size matters. I guess. Sometimes it does. We'll see you on the next one. Peace.